So we got one here today. You know what I mean? I'm gonna let y'all know. I'm gonna let y'all know what inspired this here. As soon as we get started, you know what I'm saying? I got a strange text. You know, I consider it strange. So we're gonna get into that. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, what to me appears to be uh, kind of like a problem. Like a lot of people it appears that you got a lot of disgruntled individuals right now. And I got some ideas on why that might be. Because see, really, I don't be with them. I don't be with them. These people got certain characteristics that you know I don't really espouse. But we'll wait till we get a couple more people up in here. I guess I'm on a little bit early. I guess I'm on a little bit early for recent times. Infinite Mind, what's the science? Infinite Mind, I meant to ask you, did did anybody from the new regions get a chance to go to the regional conference? I was asking about that, but nobody was sure about that. Felix Almanzar was the science. I'm trying to can't tell you about this. Shaka New. Oh yeah, right. We've been having a lot of West Coast editions. Divine understanding, wise understanding. Atomic was the science. Yeah, actually, you a little bit familiar with the what's the name. So the brothers in Medellin, that's uh that's Colombia, right? But yeah, in general, they probably don't want to get left out of whatever is going on. But yeah, though, to get to the science though, right? You know what I mean? He said, I bowed out during the early sessions and chose to step back diplomatically. Is the rally? Yeah, the rally's going to be at the school. Uh, I mean, a lot of times that's the best thing. But with that, the thing is it's the groundwork. Like I don't know per se that was the thing. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, you know, if you know you was already looking for there to be an agenda and all of that, even with the science of that really can't happen yet. Like you kind of gotta know who's who. You know what I'm saying? And who's really, you know, their word is really life. You know what I'm saying? With a lot of people, you know, they say whatever. I mean, I could imagine that there might be some issues with them attending right now with the present climate of everything. But you know, but either way, you know, don't be left out. That's the key. What I'm saying, right? Is that if this groundwork gets laid down, right, then you can't come back after and say, this is, we don't like this about it, we don't like that about it, or whatever. You didn't take the opportunity to have no impact on it. You know what I mean? Which is part of what the topic is today. You know what I'm saying? Where you just have a lot of individuals that I'm just realizing right now, right? Like, yeah, I knew and understood this, but like I said, you as you live, right? You live through ciphers that are examples of knowledge and wisdom that you have, right? But it's like you understand that knowledge and wisdom on a higher level. You know, King Saint, King Saint texted me the other morning, right? And uh, he texted me cursing me out, right? And I don't even know what he's cursing me out of. Like I'm saying, we hadn't, we hadn't spoken in a couple of days. We hadn't spoken since the day he called me with Wakil on the other arm. So he calls me cursing me out, right? And it's like, at the end of the day, that's what that's the only thing you can really draw out, right? Is that his lack of magnetic, right? Some people, they magnetic, right? And they are highly upset, right, at the people that do have magnetic. See, because all that's involved. See, when you take it to the degree, man, the piece is still with the magnetic and the piece is still without. See, sometimes the piece is still without the magnetic. They feel like they supposed to be the piece of steel with the magnetic. See, yeah, that's the example that it gave right there. But we're not just talking about just playing with metals. We talking about the signs. Hey, look, I had time. That's why I said I know you're going to be a little bit aware of what I'm saying. It's not just him, just in general, when you see these people, right, that's disgruntled with the nation, right? And in various what's the signs right here? In various age groups. That's what it's always about, right? You know, everybody else, everybody else is not allowing me to be God. At the end of the day, that's what you're saying. The God's this, and it's always some mysterious gods. It's always some mysterious guys that they talking about. The guys up there at the school, the guys at the rally, the guys in New York. It's always some mysterious shit. The guys that follow this person. Who follows that person? See, at the end of the day, I don't need everybody to be God. I don't need nobody to be God. So, you know, like with anything else, right? When you're busy doing whatever you're doing, right? You're not really noticing the people that's not involved with the endeavor. But see, that's the real science, man. And see, that's why I said, man, look, you can't give nobody this. See, that's why, look, you can give people the lessons, you can give them a flag, you can give them all of that, but you can't make them God. See, a lot of individuals, right? They've been they've been sitting by, right? Because see, here's the thing, guy. Look, here's the. Let's cut to the chase. You know why a lot of people don't have magnetic? Because their word is not life. See, whoever it is that they say they are, right? They not standing on that square, and that's why they lack magnetic. Because nothing what they say they do, they not living it out. See, that's why they don't have the respect, right? They don't have the respect that they think they supposed to have. But see, at the end of the day, this is why I say these people are always, they full of complaints, you know. And look, I know that's interesting right now because I'm complaining about them, but I digress. These people are full of complaints, right? But they don't have no list of action. See, because look, we gotta keep it real, right? Some things, right, is simple English grammar, right, and arithmetic. Now you say that you got, right? And then you say the guys ain't doing this and the guys ain't doing that. That means you ain't doing it. Or is my math off? Is that the new math? Did I just fuck up? Did I just fuck? Look, somebody pulled my coat. I keep telling you. See, each one teach one, right? You said that you got, and then you said the guys ain't doing this and the guys ain't doing that. Because those are the only people that you see saying that. That people see people that's doing stuff, they don't never say that. See, that was one of the things that we should learn. We should come to the rally, right? That was a common thing that brothers used to say, right? That Allah said, look, man, you know, if you got a black seed, a brown seed, and yellow seed, and y'all like mine or something, right? Then y'all go ahead and build. Y'all don't need everybody. Y'all got knowledge, wisdom, and understanding right there. See, if you really got an idea, and you really want to live it out, why you don't live it out? Why you want to experiment on us? Because that's what it comes down to. You want to experiment, right? You got this idea of how the nation is supposed to be, but you're not like that, and that's why you don't have no magnetic. That's why nobody's listening to you. So you come in, you the type of person, right? Is cut your chase, right? King Saint, you don't know your lessons, but you want to talk about the knowledge that everybody else has. See, when people see that you really living like how you talk, right? Then that's when you have respect. See, whether people like you or don't like you, right? When people see how you living, right, and they see that you ready to stand on the square on that, see, a lot of these people, they don't understand. You don't have to argue. You don't have to argue. See, look, everybody's free to pursue whatever they think is just and true. And now let's see your equality. Let's see how you understand what I'm saying. Like, see, it wasn't the nation and then the law show to prove who he was. Like that's what I'm saying. If you really if this is really your mindset, right? This is really the shoes that you walk in, then why don't you go out there, right, and manifest the truth? See, I can't tell you for each and every individual, but I can tell you for a lot of them, it's because you don't have the magnetic. Shallah, what's the science? You said mystery guys, the same dilemma is manifesting itself here in Power Hill, Parliament every first Sunday, and the mysterious guys don't show up. There's more people going to cookouts than rallies. You see what I'm saying? And see, and look, that was the thing I was saying about the uh the regional convention that happened. Is that see, it's a certain sign, right? And just the people being together. See, a lot of times, look, it's things that people got to do. Don't get me wrong, right? You got to save yourself before you can save others. I understand that. It's many things that people got to deal with. You got to work. You got to deal with family, etc., etc. But see, a lot of people, right? You just using other people's behavior as an excuse. That's what you're doing. You saying, oh, because other people is doing what they doing, right? Then I can't come to the rally. But see, in reality, you got to force those negative people out with positive people. You see, if it's time, right, that people is using to do something that's not right and exact, you're supposed to manifest some life, right, to where now that time is taken up by things that's right and exact. And the people who want to do negative, they realize, okay, this is not the place for me. Like I need to get out of here and go somewhere where it's conducive to my negativity. You see, you want to be in a debate world. That's what you want to do. You don't want to be in the show and prove world. You want to, and see, and this is why I have a hard time with a conversation with these people because it's like, see, God, listen, you need to go talk to somebody else. You're not talking to me. You're not talking to me. See, you haven't given close to all you have and all in your power. See, it's always, and that's the description. That's the people where it's like, yo, how do you even know the stuff that you complaining about? Because we ain't never seen you before. How you where you heard this from? And see, That's what's happening a lot of times, right? You got disgruntled individuals, right, with no magnetic out there, and they teaching people to be disgruntled and have no magnetic. See, they're not teaching people that the power is within them. That's like, all right, whatever's the case, what are you here? Are you here to teach civilization, to further civilization, or are you here to fight the devil? Because those are really two different things. Those are really two different things. You see, I'm talking about, look, the way conceptualize life in your mind. When you go outside, you're going to take a book or you're going to take a sword. And see, we have power enough to know, right, that we take the book and the sword. And we ready for whatever, to see which one are you focused on. See, because look, how much of your energy does it take to stop somebody else from doing what they doing, right? And how much better can you use that energy to do what you doing? They see that's the problem. A lot of people ain't looking at the basics. See, I go and teach the people who don't have the knowledge. See, all this disgruntled people with no magnetic, they want to teach the people that have the knowledge. But here's the thing: they want to teach them to have the knowledge the way they see it. You want to be, you want to be the judge, the jury, right? You want to be the judge and the jury on the restrictive law, right? But you don't want to be the executioner. See, when it comes time for the executioner, is well, why the gods this and the gods ain't this and this person did that and that person did this. I mean, that's good of you to keep score. And see, because look, here's the thing: these people, they don't know, they don't know what their job is. See, and because they don't know what their job is, they don't realize that other people got a different job. That's what they don't realize. They want to deal with the restrictive law, right, as dictated by them, right? You know, and for the most part, these look, over the years, I haven't seen too many of them that know what they talking about. See, that's why they always getting caught up trying to convince you of something, right? Because they need to use your magnetic. Think about it. In all the history that you know about, right? Everybody that's come around that's talking crazy, right? And we ran them away. Name me one of them that survived without our magnetic. I'll wait. Name me one of them that went on to teach that, right? In further civilization in some way, with the halfwayest successful person I could think is Robbie Walker. That ain't listen. Yeah, you can chalk it up to well, what they were saying didn't make sense, but no, that's not always the case. What it is that they don't have magnetic. They can't live that stuff out. So you come telling people all this wild out of space shit, right? And then you can't live that out. You can't live now. You can't born no understanding with that. See, eventually, to explain all this bullshit, right? You got to go outside the laws. You got to go outside the laws of supreme mathematics, the laws of physics, the laws of chemistry. You got to go outside the laws of all of that to start explaining, right? Once you come up with a whole load of bullshit that you can't live out. The laws of space, the laws of time, all of this, you got to start. You got to start just making shit up. See, a lot of people see. Look, tradition is a motherfucker, man. Just tradition. Uh, uh, see, you got a lot of people, right, that they grew up around the 5%, right? Because the 5% is outside. Like other groups, right? They was around. I saw them, but they wasn't. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was in school, right? There wasn't nobody that was a Morris scientist. I don't really remember nobody being a Hebrew Israelite. You had a few NOI. You know what I'm saying? You had one or two Ansars even. But for the most part, uh, they was mostly active amongst us. You know what I'm saying? Like they wasn't uh, as expressive about Islam as we was. You see what I'm saying? So just saying that if you were a young kid, right, especially in and around New York, the 5% was the first thing that you got exposed to. You know what I'm saying? Outside of the church, outside of the school, you know what I'm saying? When you go outside, this is one of the first things, especially dealing with, any type of education, train of thought like that. So a lot of people got exposed to this first. And so this freed their minds from the bondage, right, of being in the 85% world. But see, once it freed their mind, now they was able to, uh, you know, come in tune with what was really for them. See, just because of that dynamic, we get involved with this at such a young age. Back then, you know what I mean. We still have to choose. We still make a decision through every stage of life. I would suppose everybody got to do that, every day. But just saying, especially, when you a kid, right? Are you gonna choose to grow into the full, science of what you're talking about? You know what I'm saying? And that's if you truly internalize it. But see, some people, right? It's just, they never want to leave high school. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times you're gonna see, right? These same people, they still talking science that we learned back then because we was children. They still have the child science. You know what I mean? They still saying that knowledge means to know the ledge, so you don't fall off the edge into the devil's uncivilization. They still saying that 30, 40, 50 years down the line. You see what I'm saying? Because all they ever did was read off the paper. They don't have magnetic. You see what I'm saying? They ain't never really had the knowledge and wisdom internalized, right? Where they can look inside themselves, right? And ask themselves questions like, look, when you 120 questions, right? You ask yourself that. Like Elijah gave his answers. What's your answers? Have you really, gone through the research of this science right here? See, because it's not no ultimate person up in the sky that's going to judge for you, right? And it's not none of these no magnetic having clowns, right? What they going to do? Suspend you? What they going to do? That's the problem. See, it's certain people that they don't want to be 5%, but they ain't got no impact over it. They ain't got no say over it. That's the problem. They want to be able to come in and say something, right? They want to be able to come in and say something, and then that actually have some weight on the scale. But see, you got to get your weight up out there. You got to get your weight up out there. You just want us to agree. You want us to agree. Is it kick say he be bombing me? Like I'm not supposed to say, hey guys, stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Like, first of all, the people you saying this in front of already know that's ridiculous. But see, now that's the bullshit. That's the bullshit. See, you're not putting the sword over my head. See, that's how people put the sword over your head, man. When they get you lying to people for them. Not gonna lie to these people for you. You ain't never bombed me. What are you talking about? See, you God by agreement. You understand what I'm saying? You're not God by going out there and showing and proving. You're not God by making rain, hail, snow, and earthquake. You God because when somebody walks down the street and they see you and they say peace, God. See, you're not Lord in all worlds from highest to lowest. See, when you around the 85s, you know what I'm saying? When you around the rap fans, when you around these various people, see you God over there. But you can't come around true and living and be God. You can't. There's people like that in every world, right? Where they be over there fronting it off like they the man. But then you see them, you see them around the people, and it's like, yeah, wait a minute, man. I thought you told me you was the man over here. Over here, you the court jester. So at the end of the day, you know, we always have to draw out, right? We always have to draw up a lesson. We always have to draw up a lesson, man. You see what I mean? And look, stop. Don't let people use your magnetic, man. Don't let, listen. Look, this was shit back in the days. I remember it used to be like that. Like, like a person might have a lesson, right? Like, look, it was a couple of lessons, like uh, the biochemical reconstruction, what is it? Biochemical reconstructive terms of mathematics, right? You know, you had certain lessons that it was like a lot of people that you wanted to get your hands on those lessons because people that knew those lessons, right? that that was able to manifest the things that was in those lessons was high power. Listen, it was difficult. It was difficult to get those lessons from brothers, man. Because brothers that look, they had this book of life with the 120, right? And then they got the other book of life over here. They got the other book of life over here. Who look, the problem of XYZ. Uh, so I understand now, why that was, man. Why it was like, yeah, you couldn't, like the older brothers used to come up to I'm talking about just regular education, right? They come up to the school and it was like, you know, everybody, when they stepped on the sidewalk, right? When they stepped back off the sidewalk, everybody couldn't go with them. See, at the time, I mean, being that I always was, with the brothers that could go with them, I still saw it as like, it's a, I did, like I said, I didn't understand. I didn't understand that, yeah, nah, see those brothers right there, they gotta be qualified. They gotta show they improve their own magnetic. See, they can't come over here. See, now they take away from my magnetic because they don't got their own. They come over here, it's supposed to increase the magnetic field. You see what I'm saying? Of all of us, right? For out there. But if you come around us and you lack it, then all the magnetic is on you now because now we got to get you out of there because you unlike. You unlike. You standing out like a sore thumb because we on point and you not. See, back then I didn't understand that. I didn't see that back then, right? You know, you younger brothers, because it's like, look, we at the school all day, right? We in school, right? We've been here since 7 o'clock this morning, right? I've been building with you, everything's been peace, you know what I'm saying? But then the older guys come up and bomb you, right? And then, when they leave, I'm leaving with them. So yeah, certain times like that, I used to feel a little bit, you know what I'm saying, like, man, you know what I'm saying, you know, in a different circumstance, I might have stayed, and helped you with your feelings and everything, but the guys is about to go up top, and the ciphers is about to be super, man. Like I'm going up there now, but I didn't understand that. You understand what I mean? I did understand that. uh from the time, you start building with those brothers and people start seeing you with them, that, look, even the school administration treat you differently. Once they know that, oh, all right, this is, he's one of the true and living brothers. He's one of the brothers that, uh, you know, according to his activity, that's how many 5% is going to be in here. You know, it was other brothers too, but yeah, it wasn't that many. You know, everything. Look, even coming down to the school. Oh yeah, that's look. We would get into that too, Jigga 1017. Let me just finish with my rant because I had this built up. I've had this rant built up for it's that's been about 3 or 4 days now. Quiz Quaco LeBron guy, Luke Cage. But yeah, you gotta be aware of these people. And see, and look, that's the science with the magnet and the paperclip. Is that see, if we let them be around us, right? We might not be able to tell that they just a paperclip because they're using our magnetic. See, that's what happens. See, that's like, look, you have a person that, let's say, we come to school, right? They get the knowledge in, let's say, November, right? So, you know, November, December, January, February, March, you know, they got the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? They study in their degrees, you know, whatever. You know what I mean? Boom. You know, June hits, right? So in New York, that's when school is out in June, right? So now you got the summertime. Then we get back in there in September, right? You got some people that fell victim. You know, even if they didn't fall victim, they don't know their lessons. You know, they haven't studied their lessons. They haven't looked at their lessons since June. Who knows what they've been eating? But that's because they just had the knowledge for the, you know, for you know for the people. They, you know what I'm saying? Whatever was they other agenda that they had the knowledge for, right? They came and put on that act for the people, right? Whoever it was, the people they was around, right? They studied the lessons every day to put on that act for the people. And you know, it was difficult to tell because if you the people, so look, every day he's coming, right? And based on our magnetic, you know, based on, you know, that energy that he gets every day from being around us, he's staying on point. See, that's why I look. You got to go out there and get your weight up. Then try to come on the scale. So you want to come over here and just say, "Oh, this is how much I weigh," and then be put on the scale, and then have that outweigh who? See, listen. Somebody put this in the comment box. This is a real question. How many people heard that Allah stood around in the mosque and argued with people about him being Allah? I'm going to go out on a limb and be first and say, yeah, I never heard that. You got that Muslim guy. You got that Muslim guy that said he came to the first parliament and challenged the law in whatever ways. But when you ever heard about Allah arguing with people about being alive? In fact, I heard just the opposite. that people was used to be talking shit. And a lot used to tell the guys, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, let them talk. Leave them alone, let them talk. So this is what I'm saying. If you really dealing with the blueprint, right? You really walking in those shoes, why you doing everything different? Yeah, who and what is God? That's another one of those lessons that, you know, it wasn't exactly easy to get your hands on. You know what I mean? The tape of Allah speaking, like, see, everybody got the tape now. I don't know if it's online or whatever. You know, when I got the knowledge, that was uh, that was one of the rewards. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you had to, because that was most people. And look, and that's kind of it turned out to be true. That's what a lot of people would tell you. If you ask them for the tape of Allah speaking, they say, "Nah, you might not understand it. You might misunderstand it and wig out." You see, that's what you got now. You got people hanging on every word of it. I mean, I hear them. You know, it's not like it's not significant. You know what I mean? But it's just that, uh, out of 5 years, you're gonna act like one conversation. You know what I'm saying? Unless you know everything that Allah said, I think that's a little bit unscientific. you know, that He got everything out in that one conversation. However long it is. Yeah, like yeah, he saw it, but I never heard about him arguing with anybody about being God. Supreme Man. It was just dealing, you know, I guess you missed most of it. Uh, I've been ranting for I guess about 40 minutes now. So it's probably time for me to take it down. It's probably time for me to take it down and change the topic. But yeah, I was talking about I was letting the people know how King Son called me or he texted me, right, cursing me out, to me what was out the blue, you know, talking about I'm rolling with Columbus. I'm not sure what that meant, right? Because he's a King Son is a disciple of knowledge God. You know what I'm saying? So uh, knowledge God, he calls, I think, Colleen, he calls him Colleen Bus. You know, I don't know what, I guess he's saying Colleen split the thought, I guess. I don't know. And then I didn't know if he was talking about, uh, I didn't know if he was talking about Puerto Rican brothers, you know what I'm saying? Or, the, I didn't know what he was talking about. That's what I'm saying. Like, we wasn't, you know how usually if somebody curse you out, you was in conversation with them first. So, I don't know, man. Once it gets to knowledge God, it's always off the deep end. But yeah, we got the Bill Belichick of New Jersey For those that don't know, Supreme Man is the Bill Belichick of Pee Wee football. Bill Bill Belichick, Supreme Man is the Bill Belichick of Pee Wee football. So his team won 40-0 the last game. Yeah, I don't know when you're gonna stop torturing these little kids, man. But shout out to the team though. They've been holding steady. They've been standing on a square with the determined idea that they started the season with is they didn't want to allow any touchdowns. What about field goals? Hey, listen, and you usually have kickers in Pee Wee football, but what about field goals? Are they allowed? Are they allowed to are they allowed to get field goals? I'm saying, look, can anybody guess? Look, it's one thing that'll be worse than a touchdown. It's one thing that'll be worse than a touchdown. I don't know if we want to say it and get Bill Belichick hype over here. But does anybody know what would be worse than a touchdown? He said no points at all. So you know what it be. Can anybody guess? Hey, listen, Bill Belichick, Supreme Man, Supreme Man, aka Bill Belichick of New Jersey Pee Wee football. We don't want to make him blow a gasket in here. But if his team allows his safety, we probably won't hear from Supreme Man for the rest of 2025. He said, if his team allows his safety, I doubt we'll hear. I doubt we'll hear from Supreme Man for the rest of 2025. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that. But see, that's what I'm saying. See, some people, that's still. See, look, that's magnetic. That's what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? Not just to actually be able, right, to get these people's minds, they mentally, physically, and emotionally got to be in tune to be a team. See, some people don't have that level of magnetic, right? And so they're upset. Some people don't have that level, right, of really knowing what it is that we teach. So you're looking for this magical power. Like it's supposed to be some magical power because we're the gods, right? There's supposed to be some magical power to make everything into your utopian vision. So you don't really understand the each one teach one another. You don't really understand that we're all God. You don't really understand what it means, right? For you to have your own cipher. See, they don't understand that. See, look, we all gotta have our own 5%. See, if all this utopian vision shit you talking about, go do that with your 5%. See, the people who go out there, right, and teach that, they a lot, right? You the one that further their education. Go experiment with that. Cause see, if you never did it before, right? A lot of these people, you got these utopian visions that you don't know where they existed before. And if you do, you make up some bullshit about the ancestors used to live like that or something, but you can't name those ancestors. It'd be so much shit, motherfucker. You talk about the ancestors this, the ancestors that. Why we don't see that shit on no pyramid? Why we don't see no papyrus with that? See, you looking for the magical power. You looking for all these prophecies to be fulfilled. See, if it's a prophecy and you don't, you're telling me about this prophecy, right? But you're not telling me what is your particular role in fulfilling this prophecy, then you telling me about some bullshit. Like, if you ain't going to do nothing to make it happen, how the hell you know it's going to happen? See, you got some people that go by that. Oh, well, it says over here in this book that a person is going to come and do that. And I'm that person. Yeah, but you ain't do that yet. That's the thing with all these people that be saying, yeah, I'm the person, I'm going to deliver the black Messiah. All right, when you going to do it? Eat my diet, read my books, you know, follow me to some foreign country. All this bullshit always. Magnetic deals with understanding you got to continue to learn to increase your magnetic. It just don't come. You got to develop your mental continuously. You know, I you know, that's what education is about, right? Is that, you know, you could be exposed to something, right, at such a young age that you don't realize that it could be another way. Like this science right here, right, that you just manifested, man, that you got to continue to increase your magnetic. You know, I thought that was just normal. I thought that was just a part of having the knowledge. But you learn something new every day. Prime Phoenix, no, Born Mastermind is not the topic. The deal with Born Mastermind is he's going his way. Like I don't have mental energy to be dealing with that. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, look, this is what I'm saying. I don't, my new thing right now, it's not even new, but my focus right now, right, is uh Halloween. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to head to the store and get the candy so we could give out. You know what I mean? I'm gonna get in touch with Divine Education, because what we've been doing is we give out the T-shirts, right? But the T-shirts have always a positive message on it. You know what I'm saying? So, uh, other than that, really, to tell the truth, I wanna, especially now that we got our own shed and everything for the boxing equipment, I wanna increase, some of the equipment that we got. We gotta get the machine to hang the heavy bag and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Get all our speed bags set up. You know, increase what we doing with that. You know what I'm saying? Um, I got, I've been building up like signatures and stuff from the various stuff that I've been doing. You know what I'm saying? From the boxing class permission slips to uh, people signing when they get the book bags. You know what I'm saying? And various things. So you know, uh, I've decided that it's time for me to start going. You know what I mean? There's some of these various, politicians or organizations or whatever, right, who say that they got an interest in the community. You see what I'm saying? And showing them some of the things that I've been doing. You know what I mean? That I might be able to get some help with. You know what I'm saying? And increase my impact. You know what I'm saying? Uh, and then really the show and prove it comes like that. You know what I'm saying? It's a couple other things which I'm not the direct brother dealing with that, but you know, a lot of social, what I'm saying, the brothers is planning that. So I gotta add on with that. You know what I'm saying? And that's national stuff. You know what I'm saying? I still I still gotta save self, in the midst of all that. You see what I mean? So I don't got time to really whatever this born mastermind is doing, it's all good. See, what people gotta understand, right, is that, you know, a lot of times when people hear these stories, you see videos or whatever, you seeing a slice of time. Yes, I mean, it's just like if you just saw, like if you never watched the NBA before, right? And you saw uh, Michael Jordan getting the MVP, you'd be like, yo, why are they giving this guy an award? That you just see in a slice of time. You didn't see the 82 games. Plus the other 20 for him to win the championship, which that don't count for the MVP. So we can leave it at the 82 games. But just saying that just like he got a reward, right, for things that he already did, there's people that get a penalty for things that they already did. And sometimes it's not even a penalty, it's just the science of life that you seeing, that you observing. You know what I mean? Like if you see a lion eat a zebra, it's not necessarily a penalty. That's just the science of life. You see what I mean? So with the issue, often is, right, is that you have people who want to experiment. You have people that want to experiment with this knowledge. You have people that don't respect, right, that there is in fact structure here. You understand what I'm saying? And uh, being that they don't respect that, they don't respect decisions that's made. That's what it comes down to. Is that, just like, look, in America, right? The fact that you have the president change, whether it's every 4 years or every 8 years, without there being no shooting. I mean, think about world history, current events. How often does that happen? That the leaders change and there's no shooting. Now look, the last couple, right? The last couple, it did get a little wild, right? When the leaders changed, the last couple of elections, I'm saying. So, just saying that uh, the reason why that happens is because you got the election, which is all the people coming together and making a decision. And then whatever people is on the losing side of that decision, they have to agree that, look, this is the decision that we made. This is the decision that we made, and either this is the decision we're gonna live out, or it's not gonna be no more wheat. And see, when people don't respect those decisions, right? When people don't respect those decisions, right? This is why I say it's not really a penalty or reward. It's just life playing out. In what forum can you go into, right? Like if the whatever that body is has made a decision. Now, when you go against that decision, you out of order. So you leave you leave that group with two decisions: either bring you into order, right, or remove you so that there can be order. And that's what it is. It don't, all of this other stuff that people got built up. All of these other reasons, right? That people got built up, right, about why things happen, and rather it's over emotion and all of that. you know you can be caught up in all that if you want. You know what I'm saying? But the reality is, you know none of these people have been pursued. Like, think about all of the, what I'm saying, the handful of people, right, that uh over the time of me being on YouTube, right, I've expressed that I might not like everything they did. I might not agree with them on a lot of topics, right? I ain't never pursued none of the people. I never went nowhere where they was at. I never expanded out to, you know, I'm talking about, the whole group that you with. All of these, what I'm saying, was people who came in and couldn't respect that, in fact, there is law and order amongst the 5%. They was all people who, look, here's another group of people, right? Groups of people who think that in order for us to have unity, we have to change our teachings. Like, in order for us to have unity, with other nations, right? That we have to change our teachings in order to suit their teachings. See, the way I got it, right? The way Prince used to kick it to us, man, is that look, we all the original people, right? And the planet Earth is all our home. You know what I'm saying? And those other people, right? The Muslims, the Moors, the Hebrew Israelites, those is our neighbors. Just like any other community, you have neighbors. We don't argue with those people. We teach what we teach. They teach what they teach. But look, we ain't giving y'all keys to the whip, son. Like I said, we neighbors. It's all, listen, you need a ride? I got you, December. I got you to wrap up. I got to finish my live stream. And then but I'm not giving you the keys to the whip. That's the problem. That's what everybody keeps leaving out. It's this here. The law of magnetism is unlike attract. Just because it's unlike doesn't mean it's negative. That's a stigma associated with that word. You can be the unlike because you got knowledge and others don't. I mean, well, yeah, it's in all. Uh, you know, it always depends on the metals you got. You know what I'm saying? Whether you got the metal, whether that metal is pure, whether it's an alloy, what is alloy with? All those is different sciences. You know what I'm saying? And then you got other sciences of attraction. You know what I'm saying? Where like attracts. Like if you put a drop of water over here and a drop of water over here, eventually, most of the time they run together. Maybe not always. If you put a drop of water over here, a drop of water over here, eventually they'll run together. So one thing about children, they're going to ask why until you run into a dead end if you out. Think Luca got the MVP? We'll see. We shall see. So both the north and south pole of the magnet can attract iron. Like two poles will repel while two unlike poles attract. That's see, like I said, I see what you added on right there. You added in, right, the piece of steel without the magnetic. See, Supreme Man is talking about two pieces of steel with magnetic. But see, that's what I'm saying. Why it's all different. You know, when you're dealing with that science, look, it all depends on what that is. You know, you the piece of steel with the magnetic, but are you going to use that magnetic to attract or repel? Are you with the move for Eric Adams presenting the dead, the deed for the school? Am I with the move? I mean, I don't know necessarily that it's a a move. You know what I'm saying? I'm aware of the science. Uh, I mean, uh, it's one of the things where uh, we had to see how the execution is. You know what I'm saying? Like it's, unfortunately, I'm cynical when it comes to this dealings with these government kind of people. So being that he's a politician, right? Being that he's a politician, I just, I need to see him do what he said. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm familiar with it. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, him being a politician, let's see what happens. You know what I'm saying? Whatever's going on with that. Who is this person? Prime Phoenix. First of all, welcome to the channel. Uh, what is your name? And to what do we owe the honor and blessing of you coming to the channel today here? This Gold P Life Magnetic. You said the things I said I'm buying, do I have the necessary funds? I mean, something, that's the thing that a lot of people have been telling me for years, and it kind of goes hand in hand with what I just, like I'm kind of adverse to, dealing with, organizations and the government and all of that. So, uh, really, man, it's I got brothers that, a handful of brothers that and sisters that, I rock with, and we come up with whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't have, uh, like a budget or nothing in particular that we work out of. You know what I'm saying? We come with a budget. You know what I mean? Like for instance, I just said, 200 for the candy and stuff for Halloween. You know what I'm saying? And then, people who add on. See, that's what I'm saying. The people who don't add on, it's not like, I'm mad at them. I don't speak to them no more. You know, I just do what I do. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, I could take things to a higher level. You know, uh, and expand. That's a seed that Allah planted already. You see what I'm saying? That I could just uh, pour some water on that. You see what I'm saying, and see what blossoms from it. But yeah, at the present time, now when we know what the price is, you know what I'm saying. We estimate, you know, this is what we spend on a shampoo, or this is what we spend on that thing, and then we come up with it. You said the unrighteous also have magnetic. A lot of gangs and drug dealers have the power to attract the youth, for otherwise to see what they're doing as a correct, hence easy to lead in the wrong direction. See, they did negative polarity. See, they could only attract with negative. See, that's why a lot of them, there's the rare one of them who may have it in itself, but if you notice, a lot of them, right, like a lot of, let's say, drug dealers, right, that they might make a lot of money in drugs, but then they don't never make a lot of money in nothing else. Like they try to open some other business that's not drugs because that was the only magnetic that they had. You know what I mean? They can't use the other pole. Pause. Well, what is this? Yeah, the farm baker. Hey, you can hit the cash app right there. You know what I'm saying? That's we also have the Righteous Jews cash app, but I gotta put that link in there. Yeah, but Prime Phoenix. I mean, look, I think it's best. Prime Phoenix. I think it's best that you just listen, unless you have a specific question. You know, by the way you speaking, it seems like you've been on this channel before. It seems like you've been here before. You're a little bit aware of our format, but you clearly don't have our knowledge and wisdom. You see how he asking this right here when he say, "Free all, explain, please." See, that's what I'm talking about. You can't be loaning people to magnetics, eh? See, that's what people get. People get twisted. See, my duty is to teach. It don't say an individual. Like you got people like that get mad. Like, yeah, well, why you didn't tell me? Nigga, I ain't got to tell you nothing. See, I do my duty every day. I give at the office. It didn't say that I owe you nothing. So if I teach 10 people, right, and then you want my magnetic, and I tell you no, now I ain't doing my duty. See, you think you're too perfect. You think you're too perfect. You don't even, the concept don't enter your mind that you're not qualified. But see, all of this, look, I'm supposed to tell you the black man is God. See, I'm supposed to tell you that there's no God in the sky, right? The black man is God and the power is within you, right? Here's the math, here's the alphabet, right? Bro, you really supposed to be figuring the rest out. You said you was God. See, all the rest of that, right? You gotta live that out. Look, even if I tell you everything, you still gotta live it out. And without you having the proper wisdom and understanding, you won't be able to live it out if I give you the details. Like, look, if you don't know what the fuck a stove is, you don't know how to use a stove, what difference does it do if I give you the whole recipe? You don't know how to use fire. You don't have the wisdom and understanding. You don't know how to mix something in a bowl. How you gonna do the recipe, give it to you step by step. See what's happening? You get these people to magnetic, right? You get the wrong people to magnetic, and then the next thing you got Voodoo Harris walking all over the place. There's one thing we don't want is any more Voodoo Harrises walking around. Right? The tape of Allah was like searching for the Holy Grail. You had to go on a night's quest for that. Yeah. Hey, look, I used to be with people every day that had the tape, wouldn't let me hear it. I'm trying with brothers every day. Like, yo, man, let me hear the tape, man. Nah, man, you might not be ready for it, man, you guys. Listen, then one day I come over to the crib, I come to the guy rest. I come to the guy rest. He's like, hold on for a second, guy, boy, right? He pressed play. He pressed play on the tape, right? He let it play. He let it play for about a minute and a half, and he cut it off. Yeah, that's it. Right there, you know what I mean? Not too much. You might not be able to digest it. Bro, you see the difference? You see the difference since the internet has been out? Do you see the difference since the internet has been out? That's what y'all can do now. Y'all can just go on YouTube or wherever they got the tape now, right? Y'all can just go in there and just get it. You can just go on. You can just get 120 letters. You can buy the whole thing from Melchizedek. I don't even know if it was possible. I mean, I'm sure it was possible. I don't know. I don't know how. Like, I don't know the person you would have went to. But the first time I heard about full copies of 120, they was giving them out at the school. Like, it was this thing at the school where it was like, they're gonna give out the lessons, man, because a lot of people had chopped up lessons. You know what I'm saying? And you know, uh, it's, if you ask me, it became, once that happened, it became one of them things that the supply killed the demand. You know what I'm saying? The ease of which 120 came available, right? It dropped how much people valued it. You know what I'm saying? And what people valued it for. Now it's just something that you know like if you're from New York, you got a Yankee cap. You know what I'm saying? If you listen to Wu Tang and Nas, you know about 120 in mathematics. You know what I mean? You kick that lingo, but it's not. Uh, it's not the same. Like like that was like how they like that was an adrenaline rush, like endorphins released in your brain and everything when you got the next lesson. Like when a person was walking down the street, right, and they got some new lessons, you could tell. You could tell just by the way they was walking. And when they stepped into the cipher and say, "P," look, you could tell it was just dripping off them. Look, something new, and we better be ready. Who's this? Free all Ali. Who is this? Free all 77 all? Or is this free all 77 Ali? Whoa. He said, you can't be serious. Lessons have been around since the 1930s. Peace G, I'm building on the fact this brother is spreading baby knowledge. Is the Yakub story little or an allegory? Now wait, because you're being a little contradictory here. on the one hand, you telling me that the lessons has been around since 1930s. So I suppose you saying that that's the baby knowledge. And then on the other hand, you're asking me about the Yakub story. So let's get this straight, Free Ali. Welcome to the channel. Or Free All, what is it? Free All or Free Ali? Right? Where you from? And what brings you here? What caused you to bless us with your presence here on this channel? Because in all of your infinite maturity, like, look, I don't watch Mr. Beast. I don't, there's lots of Farad Ali 7. Oh, well, see, that's, if you had said that would have gave us a little bit more. So look, I mean, they have a different channel, right? There's a channel, what is it, MGT GCC network? Maybe you'll do a little better over there. He said, Bill, don't be a charlatan. I'm not building nothing with you. At this moment, right now, we waiting for you to excuse yourself. See, the issue is, brother, that, you need to go to the temple, right? This is the thing, right? You have a temple on 127th Street and 6th Avenue, and you have a school on 126th Street and 7th Avenue. And so I understand how you might get that a little bit confused. You know what I'm saying? But look, go home to your house. See, this is the type of brother that I'm talking about right here. Go home to your house. You cannot have keys. You understand this? Hey, look, Supreme. This is the problem. See, this is the problem. This is the problem with that unity stuff. That this guy's a snake. That this guy is a snake, G. Like, this is the type of brother, right, that look, first of all, you come up, just say who you are. See, it's not that you a Muslim, it's that you a snake. It's that you misrepresented yourself. It's that you came in here causing trouble when you could have just said, peace, brother. You know what I'm saying? I agree with everything you saying, but shout out. Because this is just YouTube. Let's be clear. This is just YouTube. We not talking about, see, like I keep telling about, you can't stand perpendicular. You can't stand perpendicular to the internet. You're gonna be perpendicular to the screen. See, remember that this here is 2 dimensions. I'm not getting emotional. You said, what is his own self? Well, it's clear that your own self is a Muslim. I don't know what that has to do. I don't know what that has to do with said live stream. But I, Supreme, I need you to comment. I need you to comment on this snake shit right here. Right? And I need you to understand that, look, I've never come on a month and done this. I've never come on a Morris channel and done this. See, I need you to speak on this, brother. I need you to speak on this. You see? Because of some other things that were said on your channel, right? This is what I need. See, listen, guys, when are you going to ask, right? Because see, you asked the question in a particular way, right? There's certain things cause trouble with a certain group of people. Why nobody never asked these people? Why nobody never ask these people, right, who demonstrate time and time again that order when it's trouble? You said, you talking to a living God. You brothers have dragged the culture down enough. Wait, so hold up. Who you with? Because you can't be with Farrakhan. You can't be with Farrakhan. Because the last time I checked, y'all got the lessons from us. I don't know what you the last time I checked, y'all got the knowledge from us. So I ain't sure how we dragged it down. Yo, I Supreme, man, where you at? Where are you, I Supreme? See, you see, look, hey, look, see see, I like when stuff like this happen, right? When stuff like this happen, what's so powerful is is that to me, it shows how I predict history. Because see how we just start talking, see how we just start talking about these individuals with no magnetic. Now see, he's upset. These individuals, right? People like him, they're upset that we got the lessons. They're upset that we got the lessons and we don't got the restrictive law. They're upset, right? Because we took this knowledge, right, to levels that people like him never could. To see people in Bucharest, right, say the black man is God, right, because of people that came from this nation. See, they're upset, right? Because listen, it during all that time in the junior high schools, in the high schools, etc., we got the magnetic, and this is what they got. So you said Allah taught baby knowledge. The father took the mathematics and the alphabet out of the temple. What mathematics and alphabet out of the temple? What are you talking about? See, this is what I'm saying. Hey, listen, man, you gotta have that, like you gotta have that savoir faire. That's what it is. See, I'm gonna tell you something. Now I understand what the herbs be talking about. It's that it look the herbs they always they be talking about how certain brothers is weak. They be talking about how certain brothers is weak, and then I always be like, come on, man. But then you know what it is, man? Over this last little bit of time, I've been seeing that yeah, these dudes is weak. Like, see, Free Ali, right? In fact, he could be him. I don't know. Free Ali. Is your name Marlon? Are you Marlon? Free Ali reminds me of Marlon. Marlon was a kid that he used to like my earth, right? This is before this is before she's my earth, right? This is before me and her talking like that, right? But Marlon is aware that she likes me. And so Marlon never really had no G besides talking bad about me. Like that was his whole, yo, he's like this, and he's gonna end up like that, and I don't know why, you want to be with him, and that was his whole G, because he didn't have his own magnetic. See, that's this free Ali, whatever that's what you remind me of. That's what you remind me of. You said, "Am I Allah?" I mean, look, what are you doing here if I'm not? See what I'm saying, man? Look, stop reflecting. If you want to go teach the half original man science, go teach the half original man science. If you want to go and wait on Ezekiel's wheel to come back, go wait on Ezekiel's wheel to come back. See, what you gotta realize is we not y'all. See, when Elijah said, listen, when I'm gone, right, the knowledge that I taught, the people ain't gonna need no more leaders. See, that was us. See, for y'all, he appointed Farrakhan. see, for y'all, he appointed War of Jinn. See, because we all wise and y'all are otherwise. That's what you got to keep in mind. That it's not, we not the ones, we not the ones that's ignoring Elijah's teachings. See, y'all are the ones. Because after him, it's only supposed to be God. But you're still asking me about what is his own self. Riddle me that. See, how many different directions did y'all go, right? And look, shout out to my NOI bros. Y'all know I love y'all, but y'all need to come get this clown. That be the thing. Why don't y'all ever come get these clowns? You see, it didn't have to. It had to. This, I don't want to have to. Strays. I don't want it. I don't want it to be strays. But y'all need to come get y'all clowns. But see, I'm gonna tell you something about this type of clown like this, right? I'm gonna tell you something about this type of clown like this. He ain't never been in the mosque. These type of clowns that be talking like that, they are not registered Muslims. Don't nobody in the NOI know they exist. Oh, now it's all encompassing different branches of the same tree. No, you're not with us. There's nothing sane, right? There's nothing sane with you and me. Nothing. There's nothing sane, right? That's not the word. See, we are incongruent. See, it's like, look, if this right here, if this is me, right? And this our galaxy right here, right? I'm on the planet Earth, right? This is me right here, right? You're not even in the Milky Way. You're not even in the same galaxy with me. Why would you see? Listen, this is what I'm saying. I'm not 10%. I'm not gonna lie to these people for you. Why you want? Listen, man. At least, look, if you wanted me to bullshit these people, you're supposed to contact me in the back, in the back channel. Pause. In the private, because you know how this works. You're supposed to hit me up on Instagram and say, look, bro, I'm gonna be coming on there and pretending like I'm God. I'm gonna come on live stream and pretend like I'm God. You know what I'm saying? Let's play that role. I got look. Do you have some other people or something that you could bring on? You know, but you don't just put me on the spot like that to lie because I don't even know how to lie like that. I'm not scared of these people. Why would I lie to them? See, if I'm gonna lie, right, I'm gonna tell a lie like this. No, yeah, I don't know how that money got outside the bank. I'm not gonna tell no stupid ass lie like you true or living. Why would I do something like that? Let's think about that for a minute. Why is it that these people keep coming on here like this? What is it? What is it about me? What is it about me, right? That makes these people think I'm alive for them or try to get me to lie. Like why do I don't understand. Why me? Why not Don Bishop? Why not Daniel Addison? Why you picking me? Why you picking me when listen, I done told people, man, you boys, listen, man. I done told people time and time again, I don't cover for people. I'm not covering for you. Or is it see, look, so because I see myself as a regular person. I don't know if this is like some thrill seeking type of thing here, if this is some type of thing where it's like wherever you from, right? Now you could go back and say, yo, man, I challenge Darkim be a law. Like is that a thing or something? Because I feel regular. I don't know, am I like a celebrity to the level where, now you can go somewhere and say, yeah, I talk shit. The dog can't be law, man. I said that right to his face on the live stream. I mean, I don't know. I can only take a guess because of how crazy this stuff sounds. You said, did the mathematics and alphabet originate out of the temple? No. Where did you get this from? Why kill? The mathematics, the supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet. Let's not leave that out, right? The supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet did not come out of the temple. You saying I'm a liar? Okay, so where's it in the temple? Which lessons is those in the temple? Which I mean, look, this is simple. And look, I got my Muslim papers right here too, right? Don't make me have to refer. Don't make me have to refer to my Muslim papers. See, don't make me. Don't make me have to whip out my Muslim papers on you and drop no super science. See what I'm saying? Cause this how I get down. If you said problem 13, yeah, what does problem 13 have to do with it? Riddle me that. I don't want to have to. I don't want to have to refer to my Muslim papers on you. But that was just a warning. That's just a heads up, just in case you think it. You know what I mean? Talking to Big Christy over here. Hold on for a second. Let me, cause I got it. Let me. You said problem 13 was given to all ministers. Yeah, but you're not making the connection. What does that have to do? Okay, hold on, everybody. If we cut off, don't panic. I need to put the link in here so we can see if Free Ali wants to come on a live stream. All right, so there we go. Just in case, just in case, just in case, you know, you feel the need to come on here and explain to us what does problem 13 have to do with supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet. You say here for me to read problem 13? Yeah, so I said, Allah said he ain't got no problem. So I don't know how the supreme mathematics comes out of the problem book. Because you say here, the nation been teaching the math and the alphabet. They may have, but not supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet. Like, I mean, look, it's simple. All you gotta show us, right, is the lesson. Like you telling me to read problem 13, you read problem 13. What? Why the one who has to read problem 13? See, this is the problem with you Muslims, man. This. Why do you want me to go back? No, not reading problem 13. Mathematics is Islam. Islam is mathematics. Okay, what does that have to do with knowledge to born in cipher? G1 said problem 13 speaks on friendship in all walks of life. However, you giving off snake vibe. The true 11 don't build with devils, snakes, or Judas. So, we see here that, see, look, and see, Free, I know what you came on here for. I figured it out now. He's Luciferian. See, Free all came on, right? He said it was taught to the father. Okay, when, where, how come y'all didn't have it all this time? Hey, this is, hold up. You saying that, wait a minute, wait. Let's back up. Because this started to be like hip hop. So you saying at the 61 years, for 61 years, nobody in the NOI said nothing about the true origin of supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet being in Mars. And see, like I said, you got to be new. Because when I got the knowledge, the NOI was saying that supreme mathematics was what we used to twist anything to make it sound how we want it to sound. You see, when we was using the supreme mathematics to draw things up, right? To not be caught up in the literal meanings, right? And to understand, to be able to cross-reference, right? The knowledge degree here with the knowledge degree there and all of that. They were saying that we was twisting it. And now we needed to come into the mosque so that we could get it the way, how they want us to have it. And see, now look, every nation uses supreme mathematics now. But see, that's the problem. They don't really know what they're doing. That's why they need to come, right? They need to come and try to get us to come back in there and show them how to use it the right way. But they made it supposedly, and they still don't know how to use it. But see, that's what's really messed up. You know what's fucked up? It's like I said, that guy ain't even Muslim. He ain't registered nowhere in the NOI. He's not. And what's shameful, this is what I'm saying, is that you come on here and present yourself like a Muslim. And now you give the Muslims a bad name. That's the tragedy, right? Of these crazy individuals that go around, right, perpetrating, right, cosplaying, right, as Muslims, as Moors, as whatever. And then when they get addressed, it seems like the person got a problem with that group, but really that group don't even know who this clown is. You said there are 26 letters in the language, and if a student learns one letter per day, then how long will it take him to learn 26 letters? There are 10 numbers in the mathematical. I'm saying this is the way. See, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'll be bugging right now. Somebody that just asked that question right there is talking about somebody having baby knowledge. What the hell? This is the person. This person said, "How long will it take him to learn?" See, this is what I'm saying. This is that knowledge from when in the equality degree, right? If I'm not mistaken, what is it? They got no, they got the Bill degree and the God degree is different, right? So this is what I'm saying. In the equality degree, when it says illiterate, right? Why does the devil teach to keep our people illiterate? See, this is the type of knowledge from when that meant literally illiterate. Like, see, now that means that, you can't speak the truth, right? You can't read and write the truth. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that you've been, your brain has, you've been made so blind, deaf, and dumb that you can see the truth on the paper right there, but you can't draw it up. Or that you unaware of where that knowledge exists to even go and research it. You see what I mean? But this knowledge he talking about, yeah, that's 1930 when you have people coming off of the sharecropping field, right? That never went to school 3 days in a row. And I'm not saying that as disrespect. I'm saying that, yeah, that's the foundation. You know what I'm saying, that Elijah laid down to where now we've risen above that state. But he want us to go back. He want us to go back to, if you learn one degree a day for 26 days, how many degrees? What? Bro, listen, let me tell you something. I started out school in the smart class. I ain't never have no question at that level, sir. Even in kindergarten, I ain't never got asked nothing that simplistic. See, like I said, man, that's why I appreciate that's why I appreciate my old earth, man. You see? Because she taught me how to read and write and count better than this before I ever walked into school. Before I ever walked in any educational institution. You see what I'm saying? And so, it was much easier for me to master six. So when I heard the signs of who I was, see, I had already absorbed enough information that she had already put me in put into my environment. You know, I remember she bought me the encyclopedia. I had the regular Britannicas, and then my sister had this like junior set. You know what I'm saying? It was like little 30 jump offs. I researched a lot of things. I read a lot of history. a lot of things in there that I kept on cap. So to be pulled back to this, you said this is where it originated. It originated from if you learn 1 degree a day. how many how many letters will you learn after 26 days? There are 10 numbers. Now we got 9 numbers in our mathematics. So there's another thing right there. Oh yeah, Shala already told you right there. But yeah, we got 9 numbers in our mathematics. So see, that tells you right there. You ain't talking about what we talking about. How could you be saying what we saying and you saying something different? How could you be saying what we saying and you saying something different? You should sit yourself in heaven at once. That is the greatest desire of your brother and teachers. Now you must speak the language so you can use your mathematical theology in the proper term. Otherwise, you will. He says, knowledge didn't make it out the first trimester. Oh, man, listen. You know it's bad when somebody bring up the trimesters on you. Listen. Listen. When somebody bring up the trimesters on you, say, woo. See, that's what I'm talking about. But look, I tell you this, man, keep trying. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, in general, in life, right? It might work out one day. Where you might have enough magnetic, right, to go out and tell people that, this knowledge, wisdom, understanding that I'm dealing with, right, you know, uh, is has an origin other than Allah Himself, right? It's possible that there's people out there that you could get to believe you. You know what I mean? But you got to go out there and exercise your magnetic, bro. It's like we not in the same. He said, "Is that my door on my right?" Yeah, can't call it. But nah, let him talk. Let him talk. You know what I mean? But we did have enough fun though, and it is. But we getting out there. We getting out there in terms of time, right? So do we have any? Do we have any legitimate questions out there? I can't even recall. Somebody asked me a question earlier that I said I was going to get back to. But yeah, I tell you this much though, you did lighten up the mood, man. We got to give you credit for that. You know what I'm saying? It's that look, I was on a rant. You know what I mean? I got cursed out in the text message and everything. And now after kicking it with you, man. you know, it's all love now. I can't be mad at you, son. I can't be mad at you. Oh yeah, righteous rule. That was him. That was Free Ali. See, that's, be these people, look. I don't know, man. Maybe it's a time thing. Maybe it's a time thing that, whatever. I'm just saying that, uh, see, like somebody like him, right? You know, I would, I think the better method of him dealing with me or somebody like me, right, is, taking the best part and leaving the rest alone. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's clear that people like him, they want to tune into our channels because, see, we draw things up that they would never understand, right, with the way that they apply themselves to Elijah's teachings. You see what I'm saying? And so, that level of being able to draw things up, you know what I'm saying? Being able to cross-reference the lessons and everything. See, because we got everything on cap. So it's not like, oh, there's something over here and then we got to go do some research or something, or, we at your door like the Jehovah's Witnesses, shuffling books and all of that. See, because we got everything on cap now, it's easy for us to, see these different concepts, right? Just like we were saying with magnetic and all the different ways that it applies. See, it's easy for you to go through the whole sequence, right, of knowledge the born of everything that it applies because you got it all on cap. See what I mean? And then we don't just have it on cap, we speak it. So see, just those two principles alone, right, is going to lead to understanding. Because see, even if you sit around by yourself, right, and contemplate these lessons, right, you're going to come to understanding. Right? Your understanding is going to grow. If you're just talking to yourself about today's degree, you would start manifesting things, right, that you drawing it up at the moment. Like you never even drew that up before, but just in the midst of you speaking, right? Because it was in you and you started expressing, it came out. You see what I'm saying? Just like if a person is negative and they keep talking long enough, negativity gonna come out. If they're a liar and they keep talking long enough, lies is gonna come out. So see, if you this, right, and you nurture that man with knowledge and wisdom, and then you start speaking, that's what's gonna come out. You see, these people, they don't. That's not a part of the meaning of FOI. See that part that's not all. See, that's a part of what we do growing up. You see what I'm saying? Just to be like, nah, you can't just be quiet over there and march. Like, nah, we're gonna need to hear you. We're gonna need to hear you, Bill. All the way on this side of the cipher, out in the middle of the street or the train station, all this noise. Yeah, young guy, can't hear you over here. And see, all of that, just you growing up with that training, all of that, that's magnetic. See, when the people just see us outside, right? They see 11 kids over there, you know what I mean? And they have people come over there, yo, what's that about? My own experience, you see, like, look at somebody from your block that is a 5%. You don't know what that is yet. But all of a sudden, you see him over there in the schoolyard and he's talking to 5 other dudes that we don't, we seen this other dude around here before, but the other 3 dudes, we don't even know them. So we go over there just to see, what the older brothers are talking about. See, you can't just study. You got to go out there and manifest. And see, the people who don't never do that, they sit around wondering, yo, why y'all got so much magnetic, man? See, because even that, as we walking and talking and we making it real, we not just telling people about 2,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, 13,000 years ago. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning we talking about right now, we applying this mathematics to right now. We not just talking about when Judas snake Jesus. We talking about snake motherfuckers right now. You see, these people who have never taken it all the way to that level, that's why they don't have no magnetic. That's why they sit around complaining about what the people with magnetic did with their magnetic. See, they're always so superior, but they don't never have the magnetic to counteract none of the stuff that they don't like, none of the stuff that they think is wrong. You want to adjust the rules of life so that you can thrive. That's not the way it works. That's not how any of this works. Yeah, that's it. Fame Labs Music. So that's why these various people, man. Look, they're going to be around. You know, it's no need for us to be as ignorant as them. See what I'm saying? Because see, look, they're being ignorant, right? Sitting around thinking that it's possible, wishing, hoping, whatever the case may be, that the people with more magnetic than them won't exist. That ain't gonna happen. So by the same token, it's no need for us to sit around hoping and wishing, right, that these people ain't gonna exist. Right? These no magnetic hanger-ons, utopian wishing society individuals, right? They always want to be around. You see what I mean? Look, those pro-black, anti-white people, they always going to be around. You know why? Because the possibility exists in every second of every day, right? For people to misunderstand what we teach. See, people that's pro-black and all that, see, when they hear the black man is God, they think they found home. See, they don't understand the part about making their own and creating the planet Earth, Father, civilization, and God of the universe. They don't understand the difference between, you just holding that as a title and you saying that no, this is the kinetic, this is the this, this concept, right, is kinetic in my life. Like it's in motion, it's in activation, you know what I'm saying, in my life. It's not something like let's say I used to play in a certain park when I was a kid, right? But I haven't been there in years. You know what I'm saying? Or say it's a park that, I never went there, but I heard about it or whatever. It's a concept in my mind, but I've never been there. It's not kinetic in my life. It doesn't have no impact. I can't tell you no story about there. No part of the story of that place includes me. It's not kinetic in my life. It's just a concept. It's just something that I'm aware of. Right? But there's no activation with it. These look, look, I mean, and the only way I can see any of that changing is if somehow freedom was to just drop out of reality. Like as long as everybody's free, people is free, people is free to be ignorant. Yeah, there's people like that when saying that the black man is God is a self-esteem booster, but that's when you only looking at it as a title. When you understanding that uh you just you accepting that is you signing up. You signing up, you know, the tells you about the rewards at the end. It's prescribing duties and telling you what you're supposed to do the whole time. From maker and owner. You get to the reward at the end. See, when it comes down to saying, all right, you got to take the devil off the planet. See, if you pro-black now, you get confused. and now, if you pro-black, it is time to take the devil off the planet. Now you get confused. So why they free alive, man? Hey, man, he you know, he got his job. Oh, Don Bishop, you kicked him out. You should have let him talk. See, because when you start looking at it from that perspective, it's probably best that we let these people vent. Let them vent their frustration. In today's society, where we have people, unstable, walking into places, man, and doing all types of crazy stuff, right? Let him vent. Let him get all of that. Let him get all of that, right, off his chest. You know, because look, I mean, at the end of the day, right? You know, all of these people is just like, yo, bro, we don't want you. We don't want like this. You know, like what other situation? What other situation could a person, you know, you come in and it's like you want us to be Muslim. We say we don't want to be Muslim. Like, yo, when you going to get the message? Like this is, you know, look, I hate to use a bad analogy, but it's like you're R wording the nations. This is our wording. Like we're telling you no. We're telling you no. We're not giving you any signals. We're not this is and so, you know, to a certain degree, I'm kind of glad he came on and illustrated exactly what I'm saying. It's that we got individuals, man, that's upset for us for all various reasons. We don't even. But see, look, this is the part where I was saying about how valuable the lessons was, man. How valuable they are, but I'm saying how valuable we was able to know they was because of what you had to go through to get them. Yo, G, you have to look at this stuff, man. That this is how much everybody wants to be this. This is how much, man, people want to steal our language, right? This is how much people want us to come. Like, look, all of these people, right? They under the impression that if they could get us into the mosque, right, into the temple, into the whatever, God, that we would be dynamic teachers. We would be dynamic teachers. You know what I'm saying? And whatever those other organization is, right? But here's the thing, G. Here's the thing. The reason, right? Like, let's just take me for example, right? The 5% produced me though. Like, it's not like, you know, I just dropped down out of the sky, right? Well, let's not say me, right? We want to my own horn, but I'm just saying any great teachers in the nation that you could think of, they didn't just drop down out of the sky. They came amongst the 5%, right? And was taught how to grow and develop their magnetic powers. How to grow and develop their power, right? For their word to be life. So it's not, like, you just skipping it like it's not generic. Like I said, the culture of the 5% develops young men and women, right, in a particular kind of way. See, what you have to do, or whatever other y'all gotta grow and develop, y'all young people like that. You can't try to poach. This ain't professional sports or free agency and all of that. What you think? You said you can't trade draft picks for the true living God. What do you think? It doesn't work like that. That's what some of these people is confused at. So magnetism is the motion of attraction or repulsion. Those without motion won't attract anything. Yeah. And the wild shit is they can't repel a lot of shit neither. That's another reason why they always complaining. Cause shit is always happening to them, right? They're always getting into shit with people. And look, a lot of this be happening. Like people talking about, yeah, you know, they gotta look out, guys. Those people don't bother me. I don't get like, see, guys, look, it's certain people like that level over there. The people I don't even go over there and converse with them. See, don't come over here. See, people look. This is what they do, guys. They come over here. You ever have that happen? Look, this is a real question. Type one in the box. Now, look, this is, I'm speaking a little allegory here, right? But tell me if you understand what I'm saying, and this has ever happened to you, right? Type one in the box, right? Has a person ever come up to you complaining, complaining that they got fleas? This person ever just come up to you and they complaining that they got fleas? I guess not. You know, we got a few people laughing. But you know, a lot of times people come up to me complaining that they got fleas, you know, and my thing is always, well, when you lay down with those stray dogs, what did you think was going to happen? So you get a lot of people, right? They come into the knowledge and they get mixed up with some people, right? And then whatever happens in that cipher that they didn't want to happen, they didn't have the power to repel it. So you didn't have the power. You didn't have the power to get them negative people away from you. See, that's another group of complainers, right? You complaining about who's negative and what they perceive you was involved with them. Like when you trace the story back, y'all was partners. Before things went left, y'all was partners. Now you disgruntled, right? You disgruntled and you're blaming the whole nation. Oh, we allowed that to happen to you. Nigga, how we allowed that to happen to you? Okay, let me ask you a question. If this partnership had been successful, right? If this partnership had been successful, what was going to be our cut? The nation. So if we wasn't going to get no cut, of the benefit, right? If everything would have came off, how is it our business? How is it our business when things go wrong? So yeah, you got to watch these people from all angles. You know what I'm saying? Because like you guys said right here, see, they dissatisfied. You see, dissatisfied is one of them things, right? You know, a lot of emotions is like that, if you ask me, right? Dissatisfaction is just something that's in a person. Like a person ain't dissatisfied with it, they dissatisfied. They're period. Just somebody to be like, yo, man, you know, I don't like over here because you got to stand up. And then you give him a chair. Yeah, this chair is too soft. You give him a chair. This chair is too hard. Yeah, this chair is too high. This chair is too low. They just dissatisfied. So they gonna be dissatisfied. Just like people that scary is just scary. The person that have fear in them, right? They could walk down the street and see people on that street, like the street's crowded, and they be scared. You could take the same person, send them down the same street, right? And nobody's outside. There's nobody there. And they scared. You see? So it don't really matter what the situation was. The fear is planted in them. See, like people that show love, they show love to ignorant people, negative motherfuckers, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like a person could be scamming, right? Like, yo, let me get $1 for something right here or whatever. But they, you know, everybody know the person really want drugs. But see, the people who got love, they don't give a fuck about that. Here, man, take two. See, it's not about you ask me. It's about that is the kind of person what I am. That's the seeds that's planted in me. You see what I mean? Just like a person who's negative, you can have people helping them with everything. Food, clothing, shelter, whatever it is. And you sitting there and they steal from the person. See, these are the types of things that we understand about the lessons, that the lessons is not going to change that. You know, it can be changed, but that's a change that you have to use your own magnetic power to reverse your polarity from negative to positive. But these people, they think it's something that we're going to go read that's going to enhance us as God. We already know the signs that we got. Right now, you got to put it into activation. Any lessons that's left to be learned now has got to be learned from you applying yourself to, because, bro, how much more, what else you going to put in there? Because you're going to find some other stories, you're going to tell them in a different way. What is that already happened? What happened 5,000 years ago already happened. You may have a 100 accounts or whatever the case may be, but that already happened. See, the next lessons now is what we do. Prime Phoenix. I keep asking you, what is your name? Let's start slowly, man. What is your name? Prime Phoenix. What was because a minute ago, Free Ali said somebody blocked them. Well, look, you can't be offending people. See, that's another thing that people don't understand when you come around to 5%. I can't save you. I can't save you. Look, if you fucking around, you doing something wrong, right? And 5% put things in the proper perspective, what you expect me to do? Bro, that happens. See, listen, that is another miscalculation that people be thinking. See, you got a couple of things where people think, oh, uh, Darkim caused this to happen. This happened to me because Darkim ain't like me. No, bro, you was offending a lot of people. Just for whatever reason, right? I'm the lightning rod where, you know what I'm saying? I guess a lot of times it's like you look on, or you hear whatever, and nobody don't recognize the other names, maybe. You know what I'm saying? So because my name is more recognizable and whatever, but don't think that's what a lot of people be thinking. You see? And that's why they end up being mad at me, right? Calling me up, cursing me out on the text, right? When I don't got nothing to do with your lack of magnetic. So here's the thing. Let's say I fell off the planet Earth tomorrow, right? Right? Let's just say for some reason I just lost whatever is the element of gravity that keeps us on the planet. Let's say that quality in my existence, I just lost it, right? And I flew off the planet tomorrow. You still wouldn't have magnetic. See, that's what Marlon didn't understand. Bro, the girl doesn't like you. Even if I didn't exist. I'm not the cause of your problem. Free Ali. 777 Ali. Whatever hell's you going through, right? I'm not the captain over there. I'm not calling shots, right? In the hell that you trapped in and you can't come out right, right? I don't call the shots over there, brother. See, look, let me drop a jewel on you. You see what I'm saying? Let me drop a jewel on you, man. You know what I mean? We take it to the lessons. See, when you say who's the original man, right? Before you get to God of the universe, right? You got to start with the Asiatic black man, right? To make devil, what must one first do? You got to start grafting from the original, the Asiatic black man. So see, these things, you're in control of this ass whipping. I'm talking about here on this channel as well as in your general life, the hells that you're going through that bring you here to bother me. Right? You're in control of this ass whipping by the decisions that you make, right? To be righteous or unrighteous. In a second to second, it's a second to second, cell to cell. That's how you got to deal with it. But see, there's nothing like, see, first of all, right? I just laughed because you could never defeat me, right? But I'm saying, let's say if you did, right? It would not make you have magnetic. It wouldn't make what you're saying true, right? All the people from this live stream would not go and become registered Muslims tomorrow. You know, and then you trying to look. If you want to look, the best thing, go to some other teachings. Like I'm saying, within the canon of Elijah Muhammad, right? Try somewhere else in the problem book, bro. Because I think it's well established, right? Before I ever even had the knowledge, that when it comes to 120, God, listen, we do this, you know, this is a daily operation from the time that we are children. You know that thing where they say, look, you got your 10,000 hours of training, practice makes perfect, all these various things, you know, everything, look, you know, teach the child, you know, when they're young, so when they grow up, all of those principles and factors, right, is built into this culture. So you see, like, look, see, in the 5%, we like, see, like Kobe Bryant, where he grew up playing basketball, his pops was in pros. Steph Curry, he grew up playing basketball, his pops was in pros. See what I'm saying? That's that that's who when it comes to 120, we grew up doing this. So, you know, I just advise you, you know, if this is gonna be your job, right? If this is what you've chosen for yourself is to be a whipping boy, right? If you've chosen in life to be a whipping boy for the 5%, you know, you could maybe protect yourself a little better if you didn't, you know, don't talk about 120. You know, because see, on the basic level, before you even get to the realm of 7, you're not that good in the realm of 6. Because you still got to figure out how many letters you're going to learn if you learn a letter a day for 26 days. You said you must qualify yourself in order to become God. You must submit to a large mathematics. So that's the thing. That's the thing with these kind of people. See, this is why this is what I'm saying. See, this is how I can tell you your math is all off. See, he said you're gonna become God. He said, look, to become God, you must submit to a large mathematics. See, I don't know how do you become God? What was you before you was God? Let's I mean, look, some of this stuff, no. I'm just saying that, listen, brother. It's just some of this stuff. It just sounds like you coming from this Christian concept. How do you become God, right? And then and then how do you submit before you're God, right? So God can't be first then, because it was a time before you was God, and then you submitted to something, right? So that thing, you know, I don't know about this, man. You know, as far as look, mathematics, right? The large mathematics is just that's the procession of my activity. See, from the time I become what? Aware, right? From the time I become fully aware, right? When I arise in the morning, right? Until I begin to have movement, right? And see a clear mental picture of what I'm going to do that day. See, that's just the procession of my activity. What do you mean submit? Submit. So who's making the decision? If I'm submitting, who's making the decision and how I, or you for that matter, right? free 7-7 Ali, right? Who's making that decision that I'm submitting to about how I apply supreme mathematics? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, free Ali, if there's a person that's making the decisions for you and how you apply mathematics, you need to punch that person in the face. You need to find that person and kick their ass. Because they got you out here, all foolish. They got you out here all foolish when it ain't that ain't even, they don't need to be doing that. They wrong for that. Whoever's they people, right? Whoever look, they need a DP. That ain't even right. They got you out here looking all foolish. Why are you submitting to this? That's what you got to explain this. See, we 5% of it, right? we 5% over here, right? So we don't understand. We don't understand this concept. Can you explain it to us? Like when you say you submit, right? That means that you didn't have no power over something that happened, right? Like even look, if you submit your doctoral thesis, right? You submitted that to the people with the power to say you pass or fail to whatever degree, right? You got an A, B, C, D, or F. You a doctor or you not a doctor, right? Or you got a PhD or you don't got a PhD. So riddle me, right? How does that fit in with the black man being God? We're waiting. We're waiting. How does that fit in? I guess it's crickets. Right there. But look, like let's get back to regular business, man. Let's get back to regular business. You know what I'm saying? Because like, I ain't gonna. These people got me pissed off. This whole month, it's like I wasted this month. Now we did the foreign stuff this month. We got to get back to that. We got some more. I got a couple more. Uh, you know, histories that's given. You know what I'm saying? That I want to check out on that. I got this other dude. It's a Chinese guy. He keeps coming on my what's his name, and he has some controversial alternative uh, histories. You know what I'm saying? Like what would you say? Interpretations of histories. You know what I'm saying? Like what I'm saying is that there's certain known facts, and that's one of the things that historians do, right? Is using as much of the known facts as they can. You know what I mean? They come up with a story that weaves all of these things together. You know what I'm saying? So, for instance, saying that they might have a record that in Roman times, person A was in place A, and then they was in place B, right? So, knowing what we know about history, we not gonna say that they took a helicopter, right? That's probably, we don't know how they got from this place to that place. You know what I mean? But there's certain things we can say, well, the last record of them being in this place is this, right? And the first record of them being in this place is that. So, they couldn't have walked because it would have took them a longer time than that to travel that distance. You see what I'm saying? Or whatever it is like that. They come, this guy has some very, very interesting, like I said, alternative histories. Kind of like when you learn about the Crusades in every other context. You know what I mean? The story is different from the power degree. It doesn't include the same things all the time as the power degree in the 114. You know what I'm saying? So he has some super interesting takes that I wanted to get to. You know what I'm saying? Uh, and I got one or two other things. Oh, that's what it was. Jigga 1017. So ultimately, I was seen as too controversial. Jigga 1017 asked a question about the interview that I was supposed to have last Friday. So yeah, ultimately, uh, what I wanted to build on was seen as controversial. And that's where it's always odd to me is that I wanted to what I wanted to come on there and build on was to straighten up some controversy. But the person who started the controversy, apparently, him and Supreme decided that me addressing that controversy would be too controversial. See, so like I said, this is one of the reasons why I always feel like these things need to be straightened out. You see what I'm saying? Because we making decisions based upon who people are and not the actual facts. You know what I'm saying? And then we're not even basing it on who the people are. We're basing it on our perception. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, whoever you perceive, like if you perceive, that this person A is stronger than person B, then that justifies all of person B's behavior. But you trying to power sight for it that day? Happy boy day. But yeah. Nah. But you know what? It doesn't matter because I will be addressing it on here. I don't even know. Do I have see they got the whistle there, you can't. Let me see if I could pull this up. Because I have something here in my defense. Wait, what happened to it? I had a video. I could have sworn I took it. Let's. So, because some of the stuff that you hear is just so crazy, right? Some of the stuff that you hear is just so crazy that's like, nah, see, I can't just let this slide, right? Wait a minute, hold on, y'all. If I cut off, I shall return. I can't believe. Hey, what just happened? See, I see what happened. I gotta go. I gotta look at this. Oh yeah. See what happens. This for whatever reason. That didn't record correctly, so we're gonna just do it this way, the old-fashioned way, right? I just want to show this. Did everybody see that on the screen right there? Let me see. Can I enlarge this? Let me go in the. Try to make this as big. Okay, maximize. Let's see what happens. Can anybody? That looks decent. It looks like y'all can see that, right? Now this, I took this picture in the school. It's supposed to be a video, right? I guess for whatever reason. But see, we got a picture of Noble Drew Ali in the school. Not in the school like Noble Drew Ali. Like we know that Noble Drew Ali passed away long before the school was established. But I'm saying we have his picture up in the school You know, along with, Malcolm X, Noble Drew Ali, et cetera, et cetera. Just saying not to say that, uh, you know, we've been accused many times of having something against the Moors. Look, I got a video coming. That's it. Look, I actually went, like I said, I meant to get this whole footage, but it ended up like this. I ended up getting it before I do it, right? But that was one of the reasons that we keep getting this same excuse, right? We can say, see, I call it an excuse, right? Because instead of the people dealing with, you know, what you really did that was wrong, that needed to be addressed, right? We make this excuse that, oh, it's just because of that. Oh, they didn't like us. Oh, they're being emotional. That's been there for decades. Um, well, uh, well, I can only tell you my perspective, right? I can only tell you my perspective based on, the conversations that I had about it. Uh, what I was gonna address was gonna ruffle some feathers. You know what I'm saying? Like, some people, uh, I mean, like I said, eventually, not even eventually, not too much longer, I'm gonna address it myself. You know what I'm saying? Right here on this channel. But that was my perspective. That's my perspective, is that, yeah, some, feelings was gonna be hurt. Feelings was gonna be hurt, right? Uh, if I address the situation, you know what I'm saying? And it's one of them situations where, uh, see, like, for me, it was unbalanced. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say that. You know what I mean? I ain't mad about it or nothing. It's not no, but it was unbalanced. You see what I'm saying? Because, see, I was going to address something that somebody said about me. And so if this person is allowed to say that, right? And you the host, and you know me, and you don't give no pushback. Okay, so now I gotta say something myself. You see what I'm saying? So, a lot of it comes down to emotions. You know what I mean? Even look, from the original emotion of, like I said, some people got pet snakes, yo. They see what it comes down to. Look, some people, some people like Born Mastermind. Encyclopedia Brown in the building. Some people liked him. And so, based on that, it already like, see, look, when I be saying it, right, it might sound funny, right? We might be joking or whatever the case may be, right? But yeah, the reality, man, the reality is that, a lot of people, they do this from a more emotional kind of standpoint. You know what I'm saying? Like, they not looking at this culture, as a tool for survival, here in the wilderness of North America. You see what I'm saying? And if it's not about survival, then yeah, we could be all lackadaisical and shit. You see what I'm saying? Like, if something is dependent on whether you eat dinner tonight, you gonna be stringent about that shit. You know what I mean? You're gonna be strict about, how you apply that. You know what I'm saying? But if it's just some, friendly shit, you learn from your friend in college or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And, it's just about lingo, you know what I'm saying? But it's not really something, in just even in terms of, uh, you know, everything is the world in general is more friendly. So people just don't see the knowledge. Like I'm saying, like, look, it's if somebody punched you in your face tomorrow because you was a 5%, you wouldn't be the first person. You wouldn't be the second. You wouldn't be the it wouldn't even be in the thousands. See, it was a time when, yeah, if you said that, you had to be ready to defend saying that. And so everybody being on point and everybody being one mind and being on point because, it's a survival. See, it don't matter. See, if I'm friendly with you and you're not on point, look, I'm gonna tell you, fall back. See, I'm gonna tell you, fall back because whatever's getting ready to happen, you probably not gonna be ready for it. But see, now you just all friendly with the person and you walking right into danger because the mentality don't exist. The perception of the danger there. You see what I'm saying? The perception that we are part of some beautiful prophecy where everything is going to just fall in line and shit because we got the knowledge, and that's a different mentality. So see, this is what I'm saying. Why the first thing that was said, right, was never, like, what I'm saying, why that wasn't addressed. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the other correction though? You know what I'm saying? Like, you leaving it like that. So, ultimately I'm gonna show that, look, feelings or no feelings. Right? Feelings or no feelings. See, because like you said, man, I see people of all walks of life, G. I see people of all walks of life, right? Saying all types of shit. But like you said, I'm more controversial than all of them. Look, like I said, I don't need everybody else to be God. I do it myself. You said here, he's preaching religion, fundamentalism. He doesn't have the signs of the Lord. The seventh seal has been broken. Imagine a bum like Darkim telling you what Farai or the messenger of Allah really meant. and the lessons they wrote. See all this 7 CO broken shit. What the hell is this? Yeah, but look, can I say, look, we still asking you, where's the supreme mathematics and the supreme alphabet in the temple? Why you gonna lie? Don't lie on Elijah. That's one thing I hate about you people. You people is constantly lying on Elijah. When Elijah ever said knowledge and then wisdom? You riddle me that. When did Elijah ever say knowledge and then wisdom? I mean, look, I'm not saying he didn't say it. I have not heard every Savior's Day speech. But when did Elijah ever say knowledge and then wisdom? Anybody out there? Anybody out there? Tell me, what was the what year? What year was Savior's Day? Right? Where in theology of time, eat to live, message of the black man, where did Elijah say knowledge and then wisdom? See, why you always answer quick? Why you always answer quick until I ask you a question? See, when you just responding to what I say, so that's what I'm saying. You want to answer, you want to answer the prime, but you don't want to answer that question. When and where did Elijah say knowledge and then wisdom? See, the reason why I'm asking the question, look, for the late people that may or may not be listening, right, is that if our mathematics say knowledge and then wisdom, and Elijah never said knowledge and then wisdom, how did our mathematics come from the temple? It's like riddles after riddles. You have the history. Okay, where is the history? Like, look, here's the thing, right? Now it says there's 44 people in the room right here, right now, right? Now, minus yourself, because you're not one of us, right? Is you have the potential to win, you have the potential to bring 43 people into the temple right now. That you can have 43 of us show up at the NOI temple in our respective cities, right? And register to become Muslims. All you got to do, right? Famous last words, right? All you got to do is show us this history or these lessons without supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet. I mean, look, This is the day of AI, son. Like you can't even put some artificial intelligence. Like you just gonna keep running your mouth. Nah, Master Rule, you down, son. You down. You down. Don't try to ease out. Don't try to ease out. We all going to the mosque and becoming registered Muslims as soon as he provide us with the proof that supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet came out the Mars. I ain't asked you about 120 lessons. I didn't ask you nothing about that, sir. See, now you switching lanes, brother. So you're making yourself look like a liar right here. Like I'm just listening. Or maybe it's me. Maybe that's some New York shit. I'm saying in New York, right? If we ask you one question and you answer another question, that's a sign that you're not on the level. I'm fairly sure in the other, the Detroit, Chicago, Boston, LA, I'm sure it's approximately the same thing. But I can tell you that 5% is we're particularly funny that way. That if we ask you one question and you answer another question, right? We think you full of shit. Like you trying to sell us a brick in a VCR box. Like I don't know what is this? Like do you sell NFTs too? Sure, I can tell you. Listen, you can't. You not realize it. You'd be kicked out the temple right now. You got the potential to bring 43 brothers and sisters. You can bring 43 brothers and sisters into the temple tomorrow. All you got to do is manifest, and you can't do it. You see, you're answering a question with an irrelevant question. See, it's one thing if you ask a relevant question, right? Like if I say, uh, if I ask you, uh, uh, how many cars you got, and you say, cars that run or just cars, like that's a relevant question, you know. But when I ask you, right, can you provide this evidence that you claim exists, right? Supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet coming from the temple, and you say who wrote 120? Like that's a fully irrelevant question. So look, I'm a positive brother. I don't want people to look at you as a liar. I don't want people to look at you as a bullshitter. You understand what I'm saying? And so what I'm trying to help you not to make the mistake, right? That a lot of fools and bullshitters have made over the years, right? Of making these wild assertions, right? Especially about the origin of the 5% in our teachings, right? That I mean, look, this documented history. This stuff is documented. Like I don't know what is happening here. What is okay. Let's start. Let's come from the same. Free Ali. What can we do for you? How can we help you? No, no, that's the our degrees go. I said God. See how you get caught up? That's why you gotta watch yourself when you talking to these people seekers and see I made a mistake and call him God. Look, that made his whole year right now. You can't tell him nothing now. Darkim said I'm God. But nah, that was a typo, son. don't get carried away. Don't get carried away. But no, you don't want me to have to refer to my Muslim papers over here. you know I got my Muslim papers. I got my Muslim papers. See that? Hey, look, I got my Muslim papers. I make a phone call, my Muslim papers. that's I'm straight flexing, son. Muslim papers. But see, the knowledge God degree in the problem book says wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and it's not of savages in pursuit of happiness. They don't say knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. You see, you just messed up. You messed up, man. You messed up. See, this is how I know. This is what I'll be saying. And that's what messes everything up. If you got me all the time talking about Muslim, you ain't Muslim. See, Muslim is a high bar. you, you ain't Muslim. Muslim, the high bar of civilization and righteousness, dealing with science and mathematics. You, on the other hand, is just a fool. See, if I was NOI, I'd tell you. It don't make me. Hey, Matty Cakes Muhammad, you out there? Come get him, man. You said you just asked where did Elijah ever mention knowledge, wisdom, and understanding? He didn't say knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. He said wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. But because you're not Muslim, because you are fake and a phony, right? First you came on here talking about peace and all that, like you was one of us. Then you spend a couple hours pretending to be Muslim, which you're not. I don't know what they got various sects of Muslim, but you're not NOI. I can tell you that. This type of phoniness, I mean, how do you, women don't like this kind of stuff. I don't know where you from. Said he was taught the mathematical theology in the temple. Yeah, all you got to do is tell us where was that lesson? Like if he was taught it in the temple, how come nobody else had it in the temple? Like how come Malcolm ain't have it? How come ain't have it? Captain Joseph. Why did none of these people? Why did none of these other people? Hey, listen. If what you saying is true, then yeah, so Allah had also y'all. Y'all ain't on this level. Like clearly, he was the chosen, right? He was the chosen to be the only one to receive this mathematical theology that you speak of right here, right? So, being that he was the only one to receive this mathematical theology, right? Who could possibly be more qualified, right, to be alive than him? I don't get where it seems as though you're see, and I tell people this. Don't talk to me if you want to stay Muslim. See, because if you keep talking to me you be 5% by next week. That's don't talk to me if you want to stay Muslim. You said, don't Elijah say it in the 77th degree. Okay, what's the 77th degree? Because from Elijah, we got the 1 to 10, the 1 to 36, the 1 to 14, the 1 to 40, right? The actual facts and the solar facts. So, what's the 77th degree? You said, did Elijah say it? And what are you saying that Elijah said in the 77th degree? Because, we're dealing with this Muslim cat right here now, or this wannabe Muslim cat. So he could be talking about anything. I don't know what y'all could be talking about the problem book. I don't know what you're talking about. let's deal. Hey, listen. Hey, listen. Hey, listen. This brother is trying to explain. Do I need another example? You haven't provided us with the first example. The knowledge God degree in the temple says wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Elijah never taught knowledge and wisdom. So this assertion that you're making, right, that the supreme mathematics came from the temple is simply false. You saying provide another example. You haven't provided the first example. He said, do you live Islam? Brother, you listen, look, we up to 51 people in the room now, right? So besides yourself, you have the potential to bring 50 of us home to the mosque tomorrow. If you provide us, right, just show us the lesson. Now you should be able to easily say that, look, Fard and Elijah came up with supreme mathematics, right? And this year right here, like, see all the other degrees, we know the years, right? The 1 to 10, 1931, right? The 1 to 14, 1933, right? The 1 to 40, with a 1 to 14, 1933, right? The 1 to 36, and the 1 to 40, 1934. We know this, right? So why can't you tell us when this lesson was written by Fard and Elijah that contained the supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet? So you said Malcolm had it? Okay. If Malcolm had it, when was he going to manifest it? How do you know that? When did Malcolm say something, right, that led you to the conclusion that he knew supreme mathematics? Or that he had it before Allah? Because he did know about it. Clearly he referred to us in his autobiography. But this statement, and because I'm saying, like, look, if everything you saying is true, then what was the discrepancy? If supreme mathematics, supreme alphabet was already there, right? The knowledge that the black man is God was already there, right? Then what was the discrepancy? Why we not in the mosque? Why did we ever take that excursion through Seventh Avenue if everything was the same from the church? What are you talking about? You said, can a black man be the devil? You see you right there? You right there. Why would you ask me a question like that? That you right there in all your motherfucking glory, and you gonna ask me a stupid question like that? What's next? What's next? Is fat meat greasy? What is next? Can it look at you. Meaning duo said, what's the meaning of civilization? Okay. No. Elijah, look, brother, I'm not sure who you are, but Elijah taught wisdom, knowledge. The knowledge God degree in the problem book says wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. The culture degree in the 1 and 14 says where the wisdom and knowledge of the original man started when the planet was first founded. So what I'm saying is that, look, if you're going to be a follower of this Muslim stuff, you know what I mean? Like, you still, you're going to be a follower of this Muslim stuff, I would suggest you at least find out what it is. Like, a lot of times, as a 5%, we get told that, well, you're going to deal with this, then you need to go in the mosque and get on. No, y'all need to go in the mosque. So there are 26 letters in the language, and if a student learns one letter per day, then how long will it take them to learn the 26 letters? There are 10 numbers in the mathematical language. I mean, you keep saying that. What does that have to do? Like, what is that? Like, are you quoting that from somewhere? You said read the 120 written by Father and Elijah. You mean the one where it says wisdom, knowledge all over it? Okay, meaning duos. It almost seems like you're not paying attention. I'm not going to respond to you. I'm not going to, oh, you behind in a lot, my bad. So I give you your credit there. However, see, a lot of y'all people is like, yo, y'all on the outskirts of this. You know what I'm saying? And y'all are learning. See, like, look, bro, I'll be on 125th Street. You gotta remember this whole thing went down right from the temple to 7th Avenue. All of that went down right there. See, y'all going on the internet, right, and getting a history that wasn't really told. See, y'all not getting the history. Like, see, look, I give you another good example where we was never referred to as Muslims, right? Barry Goddard, Mayor Lindsay never referred to us as Muslims because they was never told we was Muslims. See, a lot of this stuff, y'all go on the internet and y'all hearing people talk that wasn't there. They wasn't around. And so you don't realize it, and this is what I'm saying. Y'all don't really respect Allah. You see what I'm saying? And so in y'all minds, Allah just took the plate like this and just passed it along. No, see, Allah was over there. So see, he tasted it for the poison. Not saying that they teaching poison, but just saying he tested this for us. And then he gave us what he knew we needed from out of there. And then he added on what he had to add on in this day and time of his teachers in order for us to grow and develop. But see, you need to get that idea out of your mind that all Allah did was transfer Muslim knowledge to the street. You know, of course, you in Free 777, you know, y'all can start, you know, y'all can do y'all thing. Y'all seem to be kind of, you know what I'm saying? So maybe y'all can found a nation, right? And we'll see, you know, look, that's what we're talking about here today, right? We can see if y'all have that level of magnetic, right? You know, now we ain't talking about the projective. We ain't talking about the perspective. We're not talking about what Elijah said in 1930. We talking about 2026 coming, right? Y'all can show and prove who y'all are. You know what I mean? Or y'all can keep coming on here and trying to, you know, see if, you know, just from listening, you know, or just, you know, being affiliated because see now y'all can say that. Right? You know, y'all could go somewhere and say that you said this to Darkim be the law of Christ, right? You know, but I'm sure you're not going to tell them the part, right, about how ridiculous you seemed doing that. You know, but it's okay. Okay, look, can you put problem 13 in the chat? Because we're not going to, nobody here is going to go and read, nobody here is going to go and read the problem book. So can you put problem 13, right? Can you put problem 13 in the in the uh in the chat here? You said you thought you was God. How are you the devil? You thought wrong. Motherfuckers think wrong every day. you thought you was God. Yeah, well I'm here to tell you. No, you're not. Where's the life that was manifested for you? If you know Allah, right? You know a tree by the fruit it bears, right? Where's the fruit that has been born from you? How are you the devil? You the author of confusion. Let me drop a jewel on you. This is a jewel for everybody, right? I don't care who you are. If you try to destroy Darkim be Allah Christ, you the devil, and you will be treated as such. Supreme Justice, I wonder if they still call any ex-Muslims by their former Muslim names because when it comes to Allah, his magnetic with his supreme mathematics makes them envious as far as I'm concerned. I mean, hey, you have a point because I often ask that. Why y'all don't call him Clarence Smith then? Like if we just going back to identify him, right? Why not call him, why not call him by his military rank? It's because like I said, these people have to create this illusion, right? That we're some kind of Muslims. We're just rebellious Muslims, right? Who have yet to come back in the temple. You said, how are you the devil? You the author of confusion. You come on here and you cause confusion, You want to talk about the lessons? Tell us about what Musa taught you. That's all you're doing right now. All you're doing right now is what Musa taught you. Because you the devil. See, when you woke up this morning, you was thinking negative. That's just the kind of nigga you is. You woke up this morning thinking negative, and then you saw me coming on here live, and then you said, oh man, opportunity. Opportunity. You saw your chance. You saw your chance to come on here and cause confusion. Well, see, mina duo, so whatever, however you pronounce that, right? It's the amount of times that you asked, and it's the fact that you asked in the midst of me telling Free 777 that it's not true. Jiggy Test 17. I don't think he sleep. Whatever kind of medication, and then that's what it be. See, with these people, I don't be knowing if they be taking their medicine and this is the side effects, or if they not taking their medicine and this is the effects. This is the symptoms. I don't know if these is the symptoms or the side effects. These people, but ultimately, look, like I said, Free Ali, you made tonight fine. Whereas I thought, I was all prepared to be serious. Don't you hate when that happens? When you try to be serious and somebody make you laugh and shit. Hey, see, I came on here, I came on here to be all serious and have a rant. You know what I'm saying? You said problem 13 is in the supreme wisdom. Where? You said, who the fuck am I? I mean, listen, I'm only the person. I'm only the person that you've been tuned into for the last 3 hours. Except for the time where you got kicked out. except except for the period of time, right? Except for the period of time where you got kicked out of here because of your establishment, right? You've been here for 3 hours, and now you're asking, who the fuck am I? Yo, listen, I'm gonna tell you something. What I'm gonna start doing is writing this shit down. Like the shit that happens in the chat box in this fucking live streams, I gotta start writing this shit down, son, and submitting this shit to Hollywood, cause nobody can make this shit up. This shit cannot be made up, bro. You know, because you got to realize like this can only be an internet phenomenon, right? So you know, me being a person that I got the knowledge outside, I got the knowledge offline. You know, there was no Wi-Fi. You know, stuff like this wasn't. It wasn't. You know, I never saw this happen in the real world. You know, you got a point there, T. I should probably might. I need to consider that. You know, leaving these people like Free Ali alone. Cause see, now when I go offline, he can become destabilized. You know what I'm saying? I don't want him going no place. I don't want him going no place, man, and wigging out, man. Cause you know that random, just violence in public against people that ain't got nothing to do with whatever your issue is. You know that's on the rise right now. So Proverb 13 says, after learning mathematics, which is Islam, and Islam is mathematics, it stands true. You can always prove it at no limited time. Then you must learn to use it and secure some benefit. Okay, hold on. I just got a text from King saying, yeah. Wait. Hold up. Yeah, this is getting wild. This is, bro. I'm I did not plan this. But let's see what he got to say. Hold up. If I cut off, don't worry, I'll be right back. Cause he said this is how we used to do it back in the days. And yeah, used to do. I hate when these people keep. I hate when these people keep acting like this ain't a public. This is public. This is in public. Wait, I'm trying. I can't get the. Right. Okay. Now look. Here's the picture. Right. Look. Okay. Here's what I'm saying. This is my point. This is my point right here, y'all. Hold on. Let me see if I start the live thing here. Let's get the link. Hold up. It's King Sack. We gonna invite him on here. Let me let me uh let me show y'all here what he sent me. Why can't someone come on? Because you're doofus. Now look, he sends me this right here, right? He sends me this. Here, look, now he said, fuck you. I sent him the link. He sent me back, fuck you with that whack ass show. Right now, look, this is what he sends me though. Where's the damn picture? All right, there it goes, right? Now he sends me this picture with a caption that says, this is how we used to do it. Nigga, you're not in the picture. None of these people are your people. None of them like you. What are you talking about? Bro, what are you talking? You're not in the picture. When he says, not how we used to do it, who's we? Who the hell is the we that he's talking about? You're not in the picture. You didn't rock with none of these people. What is this? You're not in this picture. We who? See, this is what I'm saying, bro. You a name dropper. Hold on, let me tell him something. Cause I do this to him. I do this to him. I crush him every time he says something like this. Hold up. This is how I always bother him. I just told him, send that to your white girl. She might be impressed. All right, that's my bad. You know, but I just had to tell him. I just had to tell him that he's a clown. You know what I'm saying? And look, see, here's the bottom line. Let me keep it 100 with you, right, bro? See, no matter what he say now, right? We've all heard, right, on tape, whether you heard it here, whether you was on the Law School of Mecca channel, right? You heard him say how I was his people back in the days, right? And how Foundation was his people back in the days, right? Bro, he was born in equality God, and I was born in God wisdom. And Foundation is a year and change younger than me. Where do that work out at, bro? Where you in your early 20s, right? And you get in school by cats that's teenagers, cats that's in high school. What kind of person, wherever you from, what do y'all call those people where y'all from? What do y'all call somebody who fits that description? That you in your 20s and none of the brothers in their 20s don't fuck with you. The only brothers in their 20s that fuck with you is other brothers that's in the music industry. But I never see you around Kendall and none of them. right? I never see you around Justice and Shabon and none of them. Never seen you around Warren and Darmel and none of them. Never seen you around Bourne and none of them. Never seen you on the West Side. No place. And when I did shoot on the West Side, like I said, you was with brothers that we was kids to you. What kind of person? What do they call those people, right? Who you not the older brothers don't fuck with you. And see, he can't accept it. He can't accept it. I know it's rough, son. You know, and it's got to be even worse when you 8 foot fucking tall and you a clown. It's got to be bad when you're 8 foot fucking tall, bro, and don't nobody bear witness to you. See, when you're 8 foot fucking tall and there is no monument on the planet Earth that you are 5%. But I digress. You know, I'll get back to him in a minute. You know, but we have been on here. Look, we did the thing. You know what I'm saying? We had quite an episode. You understand what I'm saying? We had quite an episode. You know, where look, not only did we get to the science, but look, we had it demonstrated. We had it demonstrated. Like, see how it's like you still trying to prove something to me. How many times did I say you a clown? You still trying to prove something to me, sending me a picture that you not even in? Talking about people that didn't fuck with you. I never seen you around Dumont. The light-skinned Dumont that's in that picture right there that used to rest in Parkside, I never seen you around him. See, if that's the case, where's all the 5%ers that you know now? Why are you rolling with Wakil, Shaheed, the white girl? Where's all these 5%ers that you know? Look, not even where's the ones that you taught? See, it's the hypocrisy, son. It's the hypocrisy. You know, recently he keeps like when he said that thing about Columbus, I didn't know if he was talking about Puerto Ricans. But see, this is the thing about your word being ball, right? This nigga keeps talking about Puerto Ricans trying to take over the nation. He's been telling you that's another bullshit he's been saying for about a year and a half now. Last time I checked, he's Dominican. The last time I checked, he's Dominican and he has babies with Puerto Rican women. So I don't know if this Columbus thing, right? You saying half original. I don't know if that's what it's about. But here's my thing, right? If Puerto Ricans do have the colored man in their history, that's what you liked about him, nigga. That's what you liked about him. You know how we know that? Because you ended up with the white woman. See, go back, play his music catalog when he said that he likes the half original, lovely Puerto Rican. Now, all of a sudden, you got a problem with Puerto Ricans. See, this is why you can't have power. This is why you can't have magnetic. Because you a fucking hypocrite, nigga. This is why you can't give out no law because Every time you try to manifest the fucking law, you're the first violator. See, God, like I said, man, one thing about being 5%, this happened outside, bro. This happens in public. See, now y'all do this shit in secret. But see, everywhere, right? Everywhere, right? Where I was there with the knowledge, we was outside. You know what I mean? We was in front of there. We was in the train station on the platform. We was outside. Not no crazy. I'm just saying that people got to see you being God. It ain't like today where, you know, you could download the lessons. You know what I'm saying? You could tune in to Sunya's and Lodge. You know, you tune in here, right? And then you could be a 5% by proxy or something. But see, being a hypocrite, that's the main way to make your magnetic drop through the floor. But this the type of clown shit that, listen, you know what? Y'all out there, look, just be aware. This the type of clown shit. This the type of clown shit. I mean, look, we ain't gonna compare this in the same way, but look, you know, see, all of us, we all in the crosshairs. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's in another realm where we not gonna compare that. But listen, God, they tried to destroy the founder, God. They tried to destroy us by destroying the founder. To see any one of us that they detect with any kind of magnetic, that's what they gotta do. Like, see, I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't compete with these people. When it comes up, it comes up. But now you feel the need to send me this picture of people that's not you to tell me about how you used to do. When I know you, son. Like, this is the stuff where it just be like, yo, you know, I'll be wondering, like, is this a dream or something? Because if I'm in a dream world, then the reality that I know don't necessarily apply. Like, you know, if I'm dreaming, then okay, yeah, it's possible you're not a clown. But if this is real life, bro, I got 40 years of history to say you're a fucking clown. Or should I say confirm it? Because you've shown the entire time who you are. But it just goes to show you that, listen, you got to be aware of these people, man. You see what I'm saying? We let him borrow a little bit too much magnetic for a little too long. That's exactly my point, man. See? You got to keep your sword up. I'm going to leave it with this. You know what I'm saying? This is one of the things I used to say back in the days. I see, when you see the universal flag, right? That's like 8 swords sticking out. You see what I mean? And anybody who try to penetrate that cipher of righteousness is going to get impaled on those swords. You know, apparently, Sunborn forgot that that's how it is. So look, we're gonna be back in. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, those other videos, I'm gonna address those other topics. You know what I'm saying? You know, we're gonna be moving on. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I got some other topics, but in the meantime, you know what I'm saying? I got a couple of cats that apparently, right? I need to make knowledge born. So in the meantime, between time, I'm gonna sign off. You know what I'm saying? We might be back on early tomorrow. Either way, I'm gonna sign off and say peace, and we'll see you soon.